여러분 안녕하십니까? 저는 오늘 사회를 맡은
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Park Bom, and I'll be the host of today's symposium. First of all, welcome to this international symposium on maritime civilization and oceanity. This is the second day of the symposium, and you can join us offline or online, marking the 40th anniversary of the UNCLO, KMI Kiosk and Korea National Maritime Museum is jointly hosting today's symposium to understand and improve human understanding of maritime world and to define oceanity for the future. We have various presentations under two different topics for today's seminar, so please stay tuned till the very end. But first, let me introduce to you the distinguished guest of today's symposium, Mr. Kim Tae-man, President and Chief of KMM. President Kim Ung-seo of Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. Professor Son Jae-hak of Bukyong National University. Chief Director Lee Jung-mo of Gwacheon National Science Museum. Senior Researcher Han Taek-ki of Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. Professor Seo Jong-seok of Bukyong National University. So without further ado, let me open the first session of today. It is the third session for the two-day symposium, and let me introduce to you the moderator of the session, Professor Son Jae-hak. Welcome.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 조명이
Hello everyone. I'm so happy to be here on the stage. So this is the second day of this international symposium, and I'm very good and happy to see Chief Director Kim Tae-man again. And Park Bom, the host of today's symposium, is the one that I spent time in school earlier, so it's good to see you too. UNCLO is marking the 40th anniversary this year with the topic Maritime Civilization and Oceanity. We are celebrating this anniversary as well. The symposium is jointly being hosted by KMM Kiosk and KMI, which I think is very, very meaningful. So let's begin the session 3. I'll be the moderator, and the session 3's topic is marine civilization in the eyes of natural scientists. Understanding marine civilization from the perspective of natural scientists, I think this is a very novel approach. And technology and science is really important for the future of maritime world because we always have maintained somewhat continental perspective when we see the maritime world. But if we apply different approaches, I think we can find more meaningful results. So the first speaker will be Kim Ung-seo, President of Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. He will be the keynote speaker, and we have 3 more speakers for the session. And I'll also take a general review part in the end. President Kim Ung-seo of Kiosk studied in NYU. So he earned a doctor's PhD there, and he has done a lot of jobs in Korea and abroad in this field. So please welcome President Kim. Please give him a big round of applause.
네,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am President Kim Ung-seo of Kiosk. So today is the second day of the symposium. To better understand marine civilization and oceanity, we are going to apply the perspective of natural scientists today. Science is the topic, but my presentation would not be difficult. I filled my presentation slides with a lot of pictures and photos that may be really interesting. So let's take a look at the ocean from the perspective of natural scientists. As you are well aware already, ocean is a very precious thing for the humanity. Without it, we can't live a single day. So why are oceans important for the humanity? Let's think about it together first. First of all, the planet Earth is the only place with the full of life and living things as we know today. So why can the planet Earth support all the life there? It is because of the ocean. Oceans and seas, they are the foundation of all life. They are our mother. So directly or indirectly, all living things on Earth depend on the ocean. The ocean is for sure one of the most important things that exist on the planet. And second, oceans provide various resources that we need for our life. There can be various types of resources. For your breakfast today, you must have something on the table that are from the ocean. So yes, the oceans provide for food for humanity. And historically, we can also find a lot of records about the ocean providing various food for the people. And also, oceans have a lot of materials and energy. We can get some oil from the ocean and many other things to provide energy for society. And the oceans themselves are the source of energy as well. If you think about the waves, winds, the different temperatures, and saline levels, using all these differences in energy, you can also get a lot of materials. So if we don't have power, of course, we can't support our life. You have smartphones on your hand right now. Just think about it. If you don't have power or electricity, you won't be really happy. And Busan has a plan to build an underwater city in some part of the city, and Ulsan and Incheon and other cities in Korea are also developing similar plans. So oceans provide important space for humanity as well, and people are trying to expand our areas for living by entering the ocean. Building cities on the sea or underwater might have been stories from SF movies, but now it can be a reality. And of course, oceans offer water. All life forms on Earth need water for their survival. Of course, we can't drink this salty water from the ocean directly. We need fresh water. And in most cases, fresh water are found in polar regions in the form of glacier or ice cap. So that means that we can only use 0.1% of all types of water existing on the planet for ourselves. But Korea has a very strong technology to make fresh water out of salt water or seawater. So we can capitalize on this water that is being provided by the ocean as well now. And in the morning from my office, I saw a very giant ship coming into the Busan port. It was Reagan from America, that is nuclear-powered vessel. As you all know, Korea is a peninsula. We are surrounded by 3 oceans. This means that 99.7% of all goods coming in and out, going out of the country are shipped via ocean. So benefits from ocean are countless. And climate change, extreme weathers, these are issues these days. A series of typhoons and floods attacked Korea this year as well. And technically, sea is a sink that absorbs a lot of heat from the sun. So that is why we can maintain a certain level of temperature for us in a day when sun is in the sky. So basically, sea is our air conditioner. And also, sea can take up a lot of waste and pollution as well. And at the same time, it is a great place that has a lot of culture. Poets are inspired by oceans. We have a lot of movies, paintings, music, and poem, and all many other cultural things that are based and that are inspired by the ocean. And also natural scientists like me also love the sea because they are beautiful to look at. They are just inspirational. So from long ago, the humanity took a great interest in ocean. We had a very strong curiosity when it comes to ocean. And we have always had this curiosity because actually seas and oceans are hard to explore. Because we need air to breathe, we can't really go underwater for so long. So in some sense, oceans, particularly the underwater world, is inaccessible. That's why we are always curious of the underwater world. However, people took a bold action to go into the water. General Alexander is one of the people that went underwater. You know, the color of the water or color of the sea is different depending on where you look at it. So if you look at it from the outside or from the land, the color is beautiful. But Alexander wanted to know what it would look like if you see it from the underwater. So he developed what we call a diving bell. For example, if you put a cup upside down and push it underwater, because of the pressure difference, the cup will hold a certain amount of air in it, even when it's in the water. So this was the basic idea that Alexander applied for diving bell. So Alexander put people in this diving bell and put the diving bell into the water, and the people who went into the water with the diving bell came up later and explained what he saw. So that air in the cup or the diving bell is called air pocket. And this air pocket is really important, particularly if you are going into the water, even today. So air pocket is one of the most important tools that people used to explore the underwater world. And around the 15,000, many people started to talk about sea monsters. The reason people were talking about this kind of creature is that because we didn't have a scientific understanding of the ocean. We were curious of the ocean, and we were also scared of the ocean. A Swedish writer, Olaus Magnus, in 1555 wrote a story about sea serpent. And a Danish author, also a Lutheran bishop, Erik Pontoppidan, mentioned kraken in 1752. You might have heard of this mythical creature as well. It is well known as a giant octopus or a giant squid. So many people, writers and authors created some mythical creatures in their stories. We call them mythical, but actually these things do exist underwater. A very famous author, Jules Verne, has written a lot of books, and one of them is 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, where a sea monster attack vessels like Nautilu. And another important author is Herman Melville. In his story, In his book Moby Dick, we also meet this mythical creature, a giant squid fighting with big whales. So if you look at other stories written by Jules Verne, you will know that he was an author with a very deep understanding of science. In 1864, he published a book, Journey to the Center of the Earth. In a story, people go into the center of the Earth. And next year, he published the book From the Earth to the Moon. So this time, he focused on the universe. And in 1870, he published The 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. So this time, he is taking his imagination into the sea. And in 1872, a famous book, Around the World in 80 Days, hit the market, meeting the audience. And in 1897, he wrote another interesting science-based story, An Antarctic Mystery. When I was young, I read a lot of books written by Jules Verne, but when I became an adult, I realized that these stories and science and technologies included in the book is something worth study. I wanted to know whether they are fake or not. So I read The 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea again and again in order to understand the scientific and technological factors in the story. I wanted to find some errors in a scientific sense. But after years of study, I realized that Jules Verne's story is mostly based on true science factors. The stories and science technologies in the story were not so different from what we know today. So there are a lot of ships named Nautilus or Nautil around the world. I personally had a chance to be in a submarine as well, and that submarine was also called Nautilus. The reason many submarines are named Nautilus is because of this sea creature, Nautilus. This is the creature that you see here. It has a very hard cover, but it has sections, as you can see in the photo. And because of these sections, this Nautilus can control buoyancy on its own so that it can go up and down underwater. And this fact was analyzed by the scientists. So when scientists developed submarine, they applied this phenomenon, this element for the ships too. And the giant squid, I said they were mythical creatures in some stories, but they actually exist in reality as well. People witness them. And as you know, scientists want to know and understand things based on science. So they wanted to study scientists wanted to study giant squid too. Giant squid exist underwater. So when people see them on shore, in most times they are dead. But scientists wanted to study them alive, so they did it. Some scientists and people descended about 700 meters depth in the sea so that they could record a video of this giant squid. So like that, people has a long history of ocean expedition. The very first expedition was by HMS Challenger. It was between 1872 and 1876. And in 1930, people made bathysphere. This is a ball-shaped submarine that goes into the water connected by a rope. So people go into this ball and went into the water and took a look around them through a glass of window. And in 1960, these two people went to the Mariana Trench using a submarine as well. That is known as one of the deepest areas in the world. And in 1960s, we had HOV. It is manned submarine. Back then, it could go as deep as 45,000 meters, and today it can go as deep as 6,000 meters. So using HOVs, people can go into the water and have a look around them. And Sylvia Earle also went to the water, and in a specially designed submarine suit, she took a walk underwater. And China has a great submarine as well, and director James Cameron also bought Deep Sea Challenger to go into the water on his own as well. So the first expedition was by HMS Challenger for about 5 years. It discovered a lot of things from the water. It traveled about 120,000 kilometers. And it measured the depth of the water at 492 stations. It also took and measured the water temperature in various areas and took dredge samples and trawl samples from various areas across the world as well. So scientifically, particularly for the maritime field, it collected a lot of data. And all the data it collected for 5 years was published in 50 volumes of reports. The total page number is like 30,000 pages. So it basically created a scientific Bible for the maritime industry. So this slide shows some photos and pictures of HMS Challenger. You can see a lot of scientific apparatus and equipment. Here you can see the thing that collects water. So after getting the water at a certain depth, you can check the water and some living forms that come with it. And we see some trolls that collect a lot of fish, and dredge that collect some living organisms from the ocean. So back then, particularly in 1850 or around the time, people believed that there were no living things underwater. They thought so because underwater there's no sunlight, meaning no plant. If there's no plant, there can't be no living things because there's no food for animals. So that was the idea and the belief people had in 1850. But HMS Challenger collected and discovered a lot of living organisms underwater, so it established a totally new theory for humanity. And this is bathysphere. So as I told you, the shape is like a ball and it has a window. So William Beebe and Otis Barton, these two scientists, went to 40-meter depth in 1930 and 908-meter depth in 1934. So this ball is not big. Its diameter is 134 centimeters, meaning it is shorter than a person. But later they developed bathyscop that is bigger. So it looks like a tank. And here it has a attached tank as well that is full of gasoline. So this tank was used as a buoyance. So back then, this buoyance equipment was so big and heavy, but with the development of science and technology, this buoyance apparatus today for submarines are small and light. And another very famous person, Jacques Cousteau. You may well know of him too. He is a French oceanographer and filmmaker. He took a lot of videos underwater, and thanks to him, we can see what's there in the sea without going into there on our own. And he also developed scuba equipment. He developed aqua lung and scuba equipment that is basically self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. Thanks to Jacques Cousteau, we can now explore the ocean relatively freely compared to the past. And another famous person, Sylvia Earle. The water pressure is something that we have to handle if we want to go underwater. because human body cannot handle this strong pressure. And that is why we need a very strong diving suit. So if you look at the picture on the right, this diving suit is pretty big and heavy. So this is to protect our body from the pressure. So Sylvia Earle wore this diving suit and went to underwater and took a walk for like 2 hours there. So these are some examples and photos of diving suits. They look pretty funny, right? They use a lot of wood, leather, and other materials. And you may think that they look pretty unsophisticated. However, they are not. They are based on a solid science and they actually were used effectively. And another submarine, Jialong. It is the one developed by China that can go as deep as 10,000 meters now. So China is one of the strong powerhouses in the submersible equipment industry now. And Avatar is a very famous movie, right? James Challenger is the director of that movie. He is he's directing another movie where the background is this deep water. And I heard that this movie will hit the theater at the end of this year. So he has a great interest in the deep sea, and to make and direct this movie, he actually went into the sea on his own using this submarine called Deep Sea Challenger. And another person, Victor Vascovo. He launched the program, the 5 Dips Expedition, in 2018. If you are really into hiking, you know, you would know that there are famous spots that you have to go as a hiker. The same goes for ocean explorers. He designated 5 dips for the human being. He actually went and visited all these 5 dips on his own. And China also developed deep sea research submersible Fundozo. So in the very beginning, it was just our pure curiosity. We wanted to know more about the world underwater. But now it came into the realm of science. Scientists are taking this more seriously. In Korea, we also developed ROV Hemire, remotely operated vessel. So we utilized and operated Hemire many times, and we learned a lot about the underwater around Korea as well. So this is the video recorded by Hemire. The depth is about 3,000 meters. And here you see some sort of gas coming from the ground. It is black smoker. This black smoker was first identified and found by Elvin in 1987. But before then, we didn't know this existed. But this space is really important because it offers a great habitat for a lot of underwater living things. This is really important, and I have so many stories about it, but because of the time limit, I'm not gonna go deeper into this. But if you want to know more about it, you can always come to me and ask. So, because of a lot of limits and challenges underwater, it is true that it's difficult for living things to survive in the water. But around this black smoker, we could see a lot of factors and elements that can support the life, meaning that we can see a lot of life forms and living things around this black smoker. The temperature around this area is like 350 degrees Celsius because of the high pressure. So I took no-till as well and went into the deep bottom of the Pacific Ocean. That was a very precious experience for me. I think I used all my time. So I'm going to finish with my one last remark. We have great technology and science that allow us to go deeper in the ocean, but still, a lot of areas underwater are left as mystery. We went to the space. We went to the moon, but we couldn't set our foot underwater, not so much. So outer space is the universe, but the ocean is inner space. So we had the era of great exploration in the past. It was what I call 2D exploration. But now we can go underwater, so now we have an opportunity to open a 3D world exploration era. That is my opinion. Thank you for listening.
네, 우리 김흥수
Let's give Director Kim a warm round of applause once again. As I watch his presentation, the PPT files, I was curious about 2D and 3D files. I think you made a very good and very meaningful presentation. Now let's move on to the second speaker because we have 3 presentations. The first presenter is Director Lee Jung-mo of National Gwacheon Science Museum. He calls himself science communicator. These days, large companies want to hire people with good communication skills, so he styles himself as a good communicator. I'm curious how good he is at communicating. So I'm looking forward to his presentations. The title is From a Science for Navigation to a Navigation for Science. Let's welcome him. Good morning, I'm Lee Jung-mo. It's been a long time that I give a lecture. I'm kind of some anxious person, but I'm standing still here on this stage as I really enjoyed Director Kim's presentations, and I realized that we should learn from experts. This is me in the monitor. Many cartoonists drew me because I have a very good figure to be on a cartoon. But usually a villain, not a good villain, but uh, a sidekick villain sometimes. Well, I once made a claim to the cartoonist, "Why am I drawn like this?" And his answer was, you look like just like that." But I told him that I'm a nice and kind person. This is my mail address, penguin1004 at korea.kr. If you send me a mail, you can rest assured that you will get a reply from me. 천사 means angel. I may not be an angel, but I want to be an angel. You may not believe, but I'm really a public worker, public servant. This is James Webb, a space telescope. I have many astronomers, and they check out what pictures have been uploaded on the website. We are seeing the pictures that were impossible to imagine in the past, and you can see the resolutions are getting better and better to the right. It's so expensive, of course, but no one has ever complained about the cost because it has allowed us to see the space far, far away. Then what would you do to see those pictures? I don't know, but maybe we want to find out the origins of the space. We are always curious about the origins about ourselves. It's a journey to ourselves. We are watching the light, but with the telescope these days, we can even find out what planet has water. You can detect water on distant planet. What do you think about this? Is there any intelligent beings in the space? I think there are a lot of them. About 1 month ago, the Dr. Drake passed away, but he created Drake equations, and he included about 8 variables to come up with the chances that there could be intelligent beings like us. Some turned out from 10 up to 100, so the space is so vast. So there could be a lot of them, but we cannot meet them because they are too far away from us. But some of them may have far higher intelligence than us. Then maybe they can send signals to us, but they may be aware of our existence. If they have detected Earth, how did the Earth look like to them? Maybe it looked like a droplet, an H2, a droplet of H2O, because 72% of the Earth's surface is covered by water and the white cloud. So maybe to them, they may think that there's a peculiar planet, a kind of a water droplet. The Earth looks blue because of the blue water and white clouds. But this colorful, beautiful color was not the original color on Earth. That was the color created by lives. This is the sky about 400,000 years ago, because it looks red because it had no oxygen, and the water had a lot of floating matters, about 6 times larger than today they are. If we go back to this age in time machine, then you will make a proposal to your lover against this backdrop. When it comes to Earth, we come up with the color green and blue, but they were not the colors of the Earth. Then the life came into being on Earth and created those beautiful colors. Because the Earth has oceans, as you have just seen the energy from deep inside the Earth, which created lives. We learned that the origins of all life is the sun. That doesn't make any sense. Actually, the origins of life came from the deep Earth, because the sunlight cannot reach the deep into the ocean. The ocean still survives, and the secret to its survive lies in the deep of the Earth. Earth has ferrous and nickel at the center and covered by outer core. That means the heavier things goes down. That means that the Earth has not cooled down for a very long time, because something heavier are going down. Even if you have thick books on your desk, then the thick books do not climb to the top because they are heavier. But the inner core is in the state of liquid. What happens if steel moves around steels? Then it creates the magnetic field. So Earth is a vast magnet. It has South Pole and North Pole. This magnetic field keeps the water and oceans on Earth. The Earth, the sun, sand, a lot of things such as space, particles, they can blow away the entire sea on Earth. The Mars doesn't have oceans. The planets brought sea to the Earth and the planets must have struck other planets as well, but it's only the Earth that has kept the water. The water on Mars cannot evaporate because it's cold. But Earth has magnetic field that blocked the sun ray, which enabled us to survive. You may think that scientists are very good at exaggerating. What's the fuss about the magnetic field? The Mars, the, the solar wind, on Mars, the H2O is split into H2 and O2. The oxygen is heavier, so it does not evaporate, and it combines with the steel on the Mars, and Mars becomes a red planet. Even today, the Mars looks yellowish. Why do the ships erode? Because they are combined with oxygen. We call this Mars. Mars is the name of the world because it looks yellow. We can see Mars every single night. If you can recognize where Mars is, then you will recognize that it's red. But can the solar wind blow away the entire sea? The Earth diameter is 12,800 kilometers, but the average depth of sea is only 4 kilometers deep. If you compare Earth to a basketball, then wrap the Earth with in a plastic bag, then you will have the amount of water just like this. Most of the Earth's surface is covered by water, river, oceans, iceberg. Then this tiny ocean led to the great birth of life, and the civilization of humanity. So the ocean is not given for, we should not take oceans for granted, but we are very lucky to keep this ocean. We call this blue marble, the round dot, but there are only 22 people on Earth in the history of human from space. The light travels from Earth to Moon at 1.255 seconds. So the lights can move from the Earth to the Moon in a blink of an eye. It takes about 4 years for lights to travel to the nearest planet. The ISS, looking the Earth from ISS, it doesn't look like a circular one because ISS is floating at 4,000 kilometers. There have been 600 people who have been to the outer space orbit, and only 12 people have set foot on the moon. But who has ever been into the deep sea? Only 4. But Mr. Park said about 10 people have reached to the abyss of the earth. There are fewer people who have been to the deep sea than the people who have been to the moon. So, ocean has given us limited opportunities. Is it which is more deeper, going to the moon or going to the deep sea? My answer is going to the deep sea, because the pressure is such a big challenge. If you soar into the air, then this pressure will go down, but if you go deeper into the sea, then the pressure increases. But we have technology to do this. The sea is the origin of life. In the Earth, the original pressure of Earth was 60 atm, but it dropped to 10 atm. The water pressure of 600 meters below sea level, and it combined with other chemicals such as Ca and manganese. So 160 million years ago, the concentration level of CO2 fell to 0.0002 atm, but it has increased to 0.0004 atm. That means it's an increase by 400 ppm from 0.02% to 0.04%. Just 0.02% is increasing unbelievably fast. 160 million years ago, the concentration level of CO2 in the air, which was 0.02%, but it has increased to 0.04% after the industrialization age. CO2 level goes up and down, and the oxygen level goes up and down. But during the past latest 100 years, we are experiencing. This is the level that no one has ever experienced. The Homo sapiens and Australopithecus. Then no other Homo something has ever experienced this level of CO2 in the air. Maybe someone might have experienced this, but rather than the volume, the pace is so fast. But most luckily, at least luckily, over the past 40 years, the most of the solar energy has been absorbed by the sea. Without the sea, then we could not have been able to live like this. The oceans are the origins of life. We must be thankful for that. But we also have other issues, climate change or resources. So we should be thankful for that as well. The seas are getting warmer. We know very little about seas. In the Sapiens, there's a chapter. I met, I once met Yuval Harari. I told him the first half of this book is kind of an plagiarism of the Western people. The history of Western people was actually the history of the First Testament of the Bible. So he came up with he wrote the first half of the book. So in this part, I believe in the book titles Guns, Germs and Steel, we realize that we know nothing about the origins. The Oriental Asian people traveled the world first, but the Westerners exploited, killed, and colonized. The Chinese people didn't do that. They gave presents to the Western people for amicable friendship. But interestingly, they traveled along the African coastlines and returned and drew the map with the African depicted by just assuming that Africa would look like something. The Beagle was a warship, and he Charles Darwin traveled in the ship to see if the map was accurate. He said, "We do not know South America, and so we have to bring a scientist together to confirm the map." But long ago, Chinese civilization was far more advanced than the Western civilizations. But it was the Western people who created the modern science. Now we are at the same starting point. It's time that we have to realize that we are ignorant about oceans, and we have to try harder to understand the oceans. It's not that we don't have resources. As I told you before, we have technology to travel deep in deep in the sea, but we haven't invested resources. Even we even invested a lot of money to travel to the moon. We invested our resources, and Korea is also becoming a space powerhouse. Korea has been the seventh country in the world to launch space missions. But why are we investing so little into the seas? I think acts can solve this. If we have acts and we can spend money and resources, many of you are policymakers. But you may say that politics is a dirty one. But stop saying that, but go to the National Assembly and pass good acts to invest resources and money into the oceans to preserve the earth and the ecosystem of the earth. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Director Lee Jung-mo. You are such an eloquent person. The keynote speech was so wonderful. I hope I had a time to listen to his presentation. But I think Lee Jung-mo's presentation was much more interesting. Chief Director talked from the perspective of ocean scientists, but Director Lee told us about the ocean. So I wish I have more time to listen to your stories. Thank you. Thank you. We have a very good presentation today.
부경대학교
And the next speaker is Professor Seo Jong-seok of Busak Pugyong National University. He is also a program director of Korea for Maritime Stewardship Council, or MSC. So today, Professor So is going to talk about a history of fishery collapse and sustainable seafood resource management. You're given 20 minutes, so please keep in time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Seo Jung-seok. Today, yes, I'm going to talk about a history of fishery collapse and sustainable seafood resource management. Let me hold the microphone. Okay, here we go. And yes, we mentioned Marine Stewardship Council. It's usually called MSC. It is a non-governmental organization made by scientists. So today, I'm going to tell you where all these seafood resources are coming from and how we have to manage them in a responsible and sustainable way. So this is the content of today's presentation. First, I'm going to ask you this. Do you know what this fish is? Yes, it is cod. This is a very important fish for Europe. It was first consumed by Vikings in around 600. And because of its high protein content, if it's dried, it's really tasty. And as you know, Vikings did not have a lot of abundant food resources, so they had to invade other nations or tribes. That means that they had to move a lot. So because they moved a lot, they needed something that they could always carry around easily. So they dried this cod, and because that made this seafood is easier to carry around. And you know, fish and chips is really important food for the European people as well, right? So historically, fish and chips played a very important role as well. It is not something special for some special people. It was shared by all commoners. And they did have a lot of cod in the water too. By using net, they could easily catch the cod. And Thomas Henry Luxury once said that we do have too many cods, so you can always catch them as much as you want. And if you look at the picture here, you can see the cod. It is a seashore in Boston, and you can see that they are just lined up on wooden stock to be dried. George's Bankus, Grand Bankus, and many other fishery stocks were there near Boston. And when Europeans entered this new continent, they found these cods because there were so many cod around the area. But we witnessed the collapse of cod stocks all of a sudden. It was in the 1990s. And this happened not just in the Atlantic. It also happened in the Northern Sea as well, putting some limits in consuming fish and chips. The reason was overfishing, according to scientists. And this happened to other types and species of fish as well. Orange roughy. They look like this, and they are really chewy and offer great taste, so it is known as a very luxurious seafood resource for great dishes. And they tend to live in a deep sea around the seamount region. They don't move a lot. They create a grip and they don't move, or they move around together. So it is really easy to catch for fishermen. So in the 90s, people started to fish them a lot, meaning that their total stock dropped dramatically after that. And another case in point is Patagonian toothfish. This is also very famous fish type or fish species, and it invited a lot of interest parties, including pirates and gangs. So again, in around 1990, people got really interested in this fish and overfished them. Again, the stock total volume dropped dramatically. Here, you can see that this orange part means overfishing. So if this orange section gets bigger, the ocean becomes unsustainable. And if you break down the ocean into some parts, you can see that their sustainability level is different. Although Thomas once said that we have abundant cod stocks in the water, maybe it's not true, because he didn't consider overfishing as a factor. We always admire ocean. We don't know what's there, but we just love them. If we see some seafood or great fish species, we believe that it is given by the underwater king. That was how we thought in the past. But with the advancement of technologies, particularly for fishing ships and nets, things and the situations changed. There is something called a gill net. It looks like a tennis racket, and if you use this equipment, you can catch fish. But the thing is that this is really long. It is like 15 or 20 kilometers long. To put it in context, it can go as long as the distance from this museum to Kimhae International Airport. And some fishing vessels are as long as 100 kilometers. That's giant. So if you use that vessel, you are going to catch just too many fish species. So because of this advance in science and technologies, particularly for fishing equipment, we could easily overfish. And it can go as deep as 250 kilometers as well. So if we don't put any limits, we are going to use up all the resources from the ocean. However, natural scientists are full of curiosity. And we realized that we had to better manage this ocean if we continue to long for the ocean. With rising water temperatures and many other problems like ghost fishing, overfishing, we are losing a lot of marine resources. And plastic waste is another big problem as well. They even make some islands in the water. So all these problems are raising water temperatures, killing living things underwater. This is bad news for fishermen as well, because now it became harder for them to find good fish in the water. So what should we do to stop this? All fish species have preferred habitats. Mangrove kelp forests and sand and sea mounts. All these areas offer different habitat for different types of fish. They hide around these things in the water and consume their food, including plankton. So we have to protect this underwater habitat for them. But we make resorts, we make fishery stock, aqua farm, we landfill some ocean. They are not good. So we do have a multifaceted, complex problems surrounding the ocean. Why do we damage the ocean that is critical for our survival? Garrett Hardin wrote a science article titled Tragedy of the Commons in the 80s. Because we share the fish, people think that I have to catch them, because if I don't, others will catch them. That is the basic idea behind the treasury of the commons. And it was true. Because the Korean government put no limit in catching pollock, we lost a lot of them as a resource. So we have to manage the shared resources if we want to protect us. However, does it need to be managed by the government or the private sector? It is too difficult and expensive for the government to manage, and if we put it in the market just freely, it will fail. So the best way for sustainable management of the commons is to create a certain size of communities that are responsible for certain areas. So it involves a lot of interest parties: fisheries and local communities, governments, NGOs, academia, and consumers. So academia offer a lot of statistics and research results, and the government provide policies and governance. But working with all these different parties and interest groups is not easy. So to be a control tower, the international community and the people from the science circle established Marine Stewardship Council. So we created the MSc created a criteria for sustainable fishing management. But when we make a standard or criteria, the standards can only become useful when it is accepted and recognized by the consumers. Consumers need to buy goods that are following the standards. So what do we need now? Certificate. So we made a certificate and eco label, so consumers can buy sustainable seafood by their choice by looking at this label. So that is why MSc ultimately developed a certification system and label. So what are the MSC fishery standards? We have three principles. First of all, we need the sustainability of stock, of course. Without a strong fish stock, we can't manage them. And the second principle is the impact of the fishery on the environment. Fishing will always impact the environment, but we have to keep it to the minimum. Not protecting maritime resources is not enough. We have to protect the ecosystem around them. And of course, we need effective management as well, like laws, regulations, and rules. So under these three principles, we have 64 indexes as well. So what is sustainable fishery? Well, we first need to understand sustainable fishing volume. They are like people. Fish get older, so old fishes can die. They will disappear from the world, but younger fish will come into the world as well, maintaining a total population almost the same. So we do have many other related policies and programs as well. One of them is Total Allowable Catch, called TAC. So fishermen need to understand TAC so that they can control their fishing volume, and when they catch fish or other marine product, they have to make sure that they let younger ones go. So the net size can be adjusted so that small fish or organisms can just go back to the water. This is a good way to protect the ecosystem underwater. And we also support local communities and study groups so that they can find better ways to protect their local community around the water. And of course, it requires market engagement. Patagonian toothfish sustainability is a really important issue for the world, and in America there is a famous market called Whole Food Market. Because of the overfishing issue surrounding the Patagonian toothfish, consumers took action. They pushed MSC to control the overfishing of this specific type of fish. So in Europe now, without MSC certificate, you can't sell Patagonian toothfish in the market. So scientists, researchers, local community members, and consumers are working together hand in hand to protect the fishery market and marine ecosystem. So MSC's effort for sustainable fishery management also goes in line with the SDG of the UN. As you know, SDGs are important for our survival. We have largely 17 goals, as you know, and if you look at the goal 14, it is about protecting life below water. So here we have a lot of rules and indices for overfishing and destructive fishing and on and on. So when developing MSC standards and certification criteria, MSC is taking note of the items defined by SDG 14. And of course, a tracking system is really important too, so that consumers can make more informed choice and decision. So many brands are taking part in this effort as well. Walmart, Tesco, Weight Loss, and many other markets made a statement that they will only purchase and sell certified products. So they set some target, like by a certain year, all of their purchases will be with sustainable labels or so. And these efforts are also going well with the ESG trends in the business circle today. The governments, the companies around the world are existing to make profits, but they also understand their role and responsibility to protect the environment, society, under the ESG guidelines. So Nestle is one of the companies that clearly understand the importance of fishery management, so they made commitments. And a Japanese firm, Kokubo, is also doing similar jobs. So they recognize MSC certificates and they make a lot of ESG decisions using the certificate. McDonald's is another case as well, and Panasonic is another case in point. You may think that they have nothing to do with MSC certificates, but they recognize the importance of this, so they use food with MSC labels only to provide for their workers. But Samsung has not recognized the importance of MSC certificate yet, because when I looked at their sustainable reports, they didn't mention MSC at all. And Norwegian company SMN is trying to make right decisions, recognizing the MSC certificates and labels too. So what can we do as a consumer? We need to first know about this program and labels. If you learn about it and if you become more interested in these programs, you will make right choices when you buy things and eat things. So we need education for kids and also for the adults. We have to have a connected understanding or comprehensive understanding about the ocean, maritime ecosystem, and the food that you have on your table. Cornell, Berkeley, McGill, and many other major universities are making similar efforts, providing training programs and buying certified food for their cafeteria. And Jared Diamond is a very famous writer and scholar. He wrote a book, Collapse of Civilization. He mentioned that if we don't manage the common resources, the civilization will collapse. And he also mentioned MSC in the book because maritime ecosystem management is really difficult, but MSC is doing a great job. So sea and ocean is hard to comprehend because it's not really visible all the time. but we have to recognize the importance of it, and we have to make more effort to better manage them, better manage the ocean in a more sustainable way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor So Jong-sok, for your interesting presentation. And unless we manage the shared resources, then the civilization will collapse. That was a very good message. Professor showed us the cod water. The Myeongtae is a type of cod as well. And Chief Director Lee Jong-mo, there were only 4 people or more. Only 4 people traveled to the 10,000 meters or deeper. And is there any more now? So you may want to update now. The final presentation for the session 3, expansion of ocean civilization to the deep sea. Let's welcome Mr. Han Tae-ki from KIOST. Mr. Han majored civil engineering, and his research interest is submarine, subwater city. Good morning. I'm Han Tae-ki. My title is Expansion of Ocean Civilization and to the Deep Sea. But I'll be speaking from the perspective of an engineer. This is the underwater city that we imagine. The underwater cities that we can see from the films, Aquaman or Abyss, the films. In the films, the underwater cities are dark and featured in horror movies. Aquaman depicts underwater city rather brightly, but mostly in the horror films. But for the space, the films on space, the space stations or space missions, they are mostly depicted as places that are bright and positive. The space colony, and they are development oriented. Why is that? When we compare deep sea and the space, deep sea are dark, but space are bright. Space is bright with stars and light. That's the big difference that of our perception between deep sea and the space. And for deep sea, it's a world of high pressure, while space is a world of non-gravity. And for deep sea, low temperature, no life, full of water, but space, high temperature, warm, and without life. But one thing in common, they are all extreme world. Uncharted world, but the deep sea is an uncharted world. We've been to the moon, we've been to the Mars, the James Webb as well. So we can observe the space because it has light. So we can create space maps and Mars map, but whereas deep sea we cannot observe unless we go there ourselves. So that's why we don't know about deep sea, but we can observe space because it has light. That's why we can have at least a little information about space, but we have to invest more than we do in space to study deep sea because we cannot travel there. At the depths of 4,000 kilometers, there was a contest to create deep sea map. Whether it's deep sea or space, the beginning was for military purposes. For deep sea, the purpose was for the beginning was for military services. By military purposes, I mean not considering economic senses, but just investing lots of money. And we began studying deep sea as well for military purposes, but stopped for some reasons. And but for space studies, the economic viability was not a consideration, was not an even consideration, and people invested a lot of people. From the perspective of engineering, to make invest, we have to prove that it's economically viable. Currently, the there are many people are investing into the space, like the SpaceX or artificial satellites and communication system. And for the deep sea, the investment is not very big, but we have to show that deep sea are also economically viable. In China, uses this for military purposes, and also China is developing underwater base for military purposes. The military purpose is different from economic purposes, but it has to do with the territory. These are the space technology that we use in everyday life. These are extreme technology in a sense. When we say space technology, we don't even consider economic viability, but that's the case with space technology as well, like air cushion or insulation. These were the technologies developed for the astronauts who live in the space. And fuel cell was also developed for as space technology, because we cannot have fire in space. And a technology developed by NASA, you cannot use ballpoint pen in the space, and NASA invested tens of thousands of dollars to develop pens which can be used in space. And so they showed off the ballpoint pen to the Russian astronauts, and they said they were using the pencils and erasers. You may think that it was a useless invention, but it has led to the creation of jelly pen. The deep sea also requires extreme technologies, and it has potential for economic returns. We have to bring the best technology in every industries to develop space missions, and also to develop technologies for deep sea. When a technology is developed, they may be applied to leisure, residential, environment, and science, and for military as well. With deep sea technology, we can use deep sea science and deep sea observation and deep sea military operation base. One of the most economically viable is underwater data center. This is Microsoft underwater data center. The data center consumes about 20% of the global ICT power consumption, and most of it is used for cooling. When creating, but underwater data center doesn't require cooling, so we can save 10% of the global power consumption. And data center are more and more data centers are being built, so it has very good opportunities to save power consumption. This is the Microsoft model, but we are working on a more advanced models. And many other applications, as you can see on this slide: underwater platforms, underwater data storage centers, and diving training centers, and also for leisure and hotel accommodations, and underwater observatory and hotels. These are the underwater city, the concepts. Some cases, these are some cases. The underwater city can be connected to the facilities on land. This is one of the most basic technology. The underwater hotel in Dubai, it costs more than 30,000 US dollars per night. So for leisure, the richer you are, the more they are investing in maritime leisure activities. Oil and gas are one of the largest industry, but it's followed by the leisure and tourism in the oceans. So it has the potential to overcome to exceed oil, overtake oil and gas. These hotels feature some fundamental technology connected to the facilities on land, but we are working on the independent facilities which are not connected to the facilities on land. These are the technological level for energy and for space isolation. Whether it's connected or disconnected from the facilities on land, or is it the power is supplied from the land facilities or not. But the more independent, the more advanced the technology, and the more connected, the more basic the technology. Many speakers presented very interesting topics, but I know I'm sounding so engineering. This is the underwater platforms. There are many cases from the history. This is underwater facilities at the 18 meters deep in Florida in the US. But the technology has developed, the submarine technology. This is the Aquarius, developed by NOAA and operated by Florida International University. This Aquarius serves as a center for diving training, and in Germany as well. Germany developed underwater technology and developed submarines, and Korea imported submarine technology from Germany, and we built Sonwon-il submarine with the technology that we imported from Germany. These facilities are open to the general public, and we visited this facility ourselves. They are open to many people, attracting many divers. It costs $2,000 per visit, but it's already fully booked. A video clip from several years ago, it recorded it reaching 16 million hits. It looks like, the inside looks like a space mission, and the Florida University is raising funds to develop other models than this. We checked their concept. It's very similar to the module-based type, but much smaller than ours. The things to consider for submarine underwater facilities: the economic viability and technology, and the construction, where it should go, how it can travel, the supply of oxygen or power, and technology to ensure safe residence. We can use module robots, and the location technology are also involved. For safety, the evacuation technology and rescue technology were used. In the past, the Ministry of Science was responsible for underwater city, but it's been transferred to the Ministry of Land. We have the roadmap until 2040. We will implement up until the stage 3. This is a short video clip, a 5-minute clip. Please watch.
지구 표면의 70%를 차지하는 바다. 그 속엔 엄청난 해양 자원들이 잠자고 있습니다. 육상 자원의 고갈로 인해 세계 각국은 해양 자원 개발을 서두르고 있으며 환경 오염, 인구 증가, 해수면 상승 등에 대비한 해저 주거 공간 확보에 눈을 돌리고 있습니다. 한국해양과학기술원의 연안개발 에너지연구센터 역시 관련 기술을 개발하고 있지요. 한국해양과학기술원이 2026년까지 1단계로 건설할 한국형 해저공간 플랫폼은 수심 30m에 1562 입방미터 규모로 건설되어 3명의 연구원이 최대 28일간 체류할 수 있는 다목적 소형 해저공간 구조물입니다. 현재 유일하게 운영되고 있는 미국의 아쿠아리우스 기지가 수심 18m임을 감안하면 보다 진보된 시설이라 할 수 있죠. 한국형 해저공간 플랫폼은 확장 가능한 모듈형으로서 메인 모듈을 중심으로 거주 모듈, 잠수 챔버 모듈, 그리고 해저 데이터 센터 모듈이 연결된 형태로 구성됩니다. 각 모듈은 높은 수압을 견딜 수 있는 쇠 형태로 제작됩니다. 강철 소재의 외벽과 고강도 플라스틱 수지인 메타크릴 수지 글라스를 활용해 내구성을 극대화하죠. 전력은 해저 케이블을 통해 육상으로부터 공급받으며 에너지 저장 장치인 ESS 비상 전원을 운영합니다. 메인 모듈은 해저 공간 플랫폼 내에서 관측 및 연구 활동을 수행하는 공간으로 다양한 연구 장비와 모듈 전체를 운영하는 시스템이 탑재됩니다. 플랫폼 운영 시스템은 기지 안전 상태, 압력 상태는 물론 산소 및 이산화탄소 포화도, 공기 정화 상태 및 전력 운영 상태 등을 실시간 모니터링하며 자동으로 최적의 플랫폼 상태를 유지합니다. 거주 모듈은 연구원들의 쾌적한 생활 환경을 제공하는 한편 해저 공간에서의 주거 환경에 대한 과학적인 데이터 수집을 위해 운영됩니다. 이렇게 수집된 데이터는 향후 해저 레저 시설 및 해저 도시 건설과 운영에 활용될 예정이죠. 잠수 챔버 모듈은 플랫폼의 출입구로서 출입 공간과 잠수병 예방을 위한 감압 공간으로 구성됩니다. 인간의 출입뿐만 아니라 플랫폼 내 필요한 식량 및 생활용품의 공급 및 폐기물 수거를 위한 기능을 수행하며 감압 챔버는 잠수병 치료와 연구를 위한 시설로도 활용될 예정입니다. 한국형 해저공간 플랫폼은 해양과학뿐만 아니라 ICT와 연계된 산업지원 연구도 수행합니다. 데이터 센터 모듈은 최근 주목받고 있는 해저 데이터 센터 구축 및 운영을 위한 기반 연구에 활용됩니다. 해저 데이터 센터 모듈은 평균 수온 4도씨의 무한한 냉각수가 데이터 센터에서 발생하는 열을 무동력으로 냉각시킴으로써 데이터 센터 운영비를 50% 이상 절감할 수 있게 하죠. 한국형 해저 공간 플랫폼은 육상에서 제작된 모듈을 해저에서 조립하는 방식으로 건설되는데 수중 로봇을 적극 활용하여 극한의 작업 조건 속에서도 건설과 유지 보수 작업을 신속하고 정확하게 수행합니다. 위기 상황이 발생할 경우 안전관리 시스템은 긴급 대피를 유도한 후 통로를 차단합니다. 피해가 심각할 경우 탈출 슈트를 착용하고 긴급 탈출을 수행하죠. 레저, 휴양에서 해저도시 건설과 해양자원 개발까지 무한한 해양자원 확보를 향한 위대한 첫걸음. 한국형 해저공간 플랫폼은 대한민국의 미래 해양 주권을 다지는 든든한 조석이 될 것입니다.
Thank you. This is the module type underwater facility platform that we are working on. This is roadmap, the development roadmap. We are going to implement up until the stage 3, and it will get bigger and deeper. Technology development, and this is the consortium map led by the kiosk. Hyundai and Lotte and SK Telecom are part of the consortium. The Caris and Korea Register are also part of this. The first is technology stage, design, construction, operation, and maintenance. Task 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great presentation, Mr. Han. It was like a movie Mission Possible. If we create the underwater city, I think I will definitely buy a lot there if possible. So we don't have enough time left, and I'm really good at keeping everything in time, so don't worry. I'm going to be short in with my general review. I feel so good to be on the stage again. Well, this year in July, KMI and KIOST conducted a public awareness on marine products. And the Korean people know the marine products are important for national economy and the ecosystem and civilization, according to the survey results. And when we look at the results and respondents from MZ generation, we could also see that they recognize the importance of the ocean, particularly in relation to the ecosystem and civilization. But when we studied their interest rates or the level of interest, it wasn't so strong. About 38% said they're interested, 34% not so much, and 27% not interested. But among the MZ generation alone, the level of interest rate were below 50% in total. So this means that the younger generation in Korea needs to develop and increase their interest in the ocean more and more. And when we asked the reason behind this low interest level, they said that they don't really know about the ocean. So the three hosts of today's symposium are doing a great job in hosting this symposium because this is a great opportunity for us to deliver some important messages to the MZ generation. We can help them better understand the ocean. June 8th is the World Oceans Day designated by the UN. And this year, the topic was revitalization, collective action for the ocean. The Secretary General of the UN said that we urgently need collective action to revitalize the ocean. Collective action, urgency, these are strong words. I think he said it because of the environmental status of the ocean. And this year, we had the second UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon, Portugal. And in relation to this event, UN also wrote a message on its website. The science is clear. Ocean is facing unprecedented threat as a result of human activities. So oceans are being threatened because of human activities. This is a science-based fact. And the UN conference also adopted a final statement. The title is Our Future, Our Responsibility. So we, human beings, do have a responsibility to protect the ocean. And the UN also says that we can resolve the issue with the oceanic science or maritime science. So UN already passed a 10-year plan called UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. Under UNESCO, we have Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, or IOC, that is designed to find a sustainable way for the ocean using ocean science. The third session of today's symposium was Maritime or Civilization in the Eyes of Natural Scientists. We learned the history of diving bell, which I found really interesting and inspiring. And we also learned the important roles being played by our RV Hemire. I thought that we only had 4 people that set foot underwater, but in fact, I guess the number is bigger. Thank you for letting me know about the fact, Dr. Kim Ung-seo. Well, actually, President Kim Ung-seo said many things that are in line with the UN's idea. UN said that the vast majority of the ocean remains unmapped, unobserved, and unexplored. That idea was well reflected in Kim Ung-seo's presentation as well, and of course, in other presenters' speech as well. Again, the UN said ocean remains unmapped. We don't have map for the ocean. It is also unobserved and unexplored. Our exploration into the ocean hasn't been enough. We have to better utilize the science and technologies to better understand the ocean. And Chief Director Lee Jung-mo, well, I now learned that you studied chemistry in school. I thought that you were a geologist. It was so interesting presentation, and I learned a lot from your speech today. Thank you for sharing your great insight today. So when we see the ocean from outside, it looks so different. That view was well reflected in the presentation by Lee Jung-mo. And as a person who have been involved in this field for a long time, your presentation actually made us to do self-retrospection today. And Chief Director of National Science Museum, Lee Jung-mo, again, thank you so much. And Professor Seo Jong-seok, your presentation was particularly interesting when you mentioned that customers have the responsibility to take action. As a consumer, myself, I learned a lot too. And Dr. Han Tae-hee, you compared the underwater world to the universe. Again, you said the underwater world is a mystery, so we are all speaking the same language. And you also taught us a lot of issues that we can resolve with the development of science technologies. So I guess that I have to wrap up my review now. I believe that the civilization, maritime civilization, is ever expanding. It is expanding every day, and our exploration is expanding into the unknown. We are moving from the shores to continental shelf and deep waters, from coastal areas to open seas and the poles. Oceans harbor a lot of resources, and it contributed to the development of science and civilization. But now we don't have a lot of time. Ocean is in danger. We have to take action. All areas in the water are connected with one another. All nations do have a responsibility to better understand and manage the ocean. We have to make more investment in the maritime science field. That's the end of my general review. Thank you so much. Thank you again.
Thank you again for the present speakers and moderator. We will have lunch break until 1:30 before beginning session 4. You can redeem your lunch coupon at the food court on the first floor. And you can also take a look around. We are also having a program from 1, and you will have a free gift for the program. Enjoy your lunch and see you soon. Thank you.
sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.
잠시
Ladies and gentlemen, the session 4 for Insight into the Ocean is beginning shortly. I kindly ask the attendees to enter the hall and take seats.
이제
The session 4 for Insight into the Ocean is about to begin shortly. For this session, I'd like to introduce you to the moderator, former Minister of Fisheries of Korea, Kim Yong-chun. Good afternoon, I'm the moderator Kim Yong-chun. Welcome to the Insight into the Ocean's final session. I thank you for attending this session to the very end. In the morning, we look at these oceans through the perspectives of artists and natural scientists. And for this session, we will be looking at the oceans through the eyes of social scientists. Korea is surrounded by seas in three sides. The northern demarcation line is closed. So we are, in a sense, more insular state than any other insular state. But the Korean people are not aware that we are a maritime state. Not many of Koreans are aware of this fact. So given this, I believe that this forum is a very good chance to see oceans through different perspectives and set the overarching path for the future that Korea has to follow and preserve for our next generation. So I believe this forum is very important in that sense. Today we have the keynote speech to be delivered by President Jung Pil-soo of Global Logistics Research Institute. President Jung Pil-soo has long been serving as the researcher in the maritime industry. President Jung Pil-soo graduated the economics and he has PhD in economics from the Texas University, and he established Global Logistics Research Institute and has been heading this institute. His title is Logistics Powerhouse is Still Alive in History. We have one keynote speech and 3 presentations, and each speaker will have 20 minutes, but 30 minutes for the keynote speech. After all the presentations are over, I will conclude with my closing remarks. Now, please welcome President Jung Pil-soo. Logistics Powerhouse is Still Alive in History. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. My name is Jung Pil-soo. I'm very happy to be here to help Korean people become more aware of the importance of oceans so that Korea emerge as a maritime powerhouse in a true sense. But first, before I begin my presentation, there are a couple of issues that I'd like to propose. Why do we study history? Because history is not just the things from the past, but the lenses that enable us to see the present and to set the course for the future that we have to follow. So history has the past, present, and the future. That's why we study history. Then, what can we learn from the history about the oceans? Was Korea a maritime powerhouse? Historically speaking, was Korea maritime powerhouse? Probably yes, or probably no. of the past 5,000 years of history. But for the past 2,000 years, 1,500 years have been the period when we were close to the oceans. We were a maritime powerhouse, but for the past latest 500 years, we were a little distance from oceans. So from our own history, Korea, it's safe to say that we are maritime powerhouse because we've been away from the oceans for only 500 years out of the total 5,000 years. So we can say that we must be maritime powerhouse. How is Korea known around the world? Yes, Korea, Republic of Korea. Then it represents the most prosperous period, the Goryeo era. Korea was maritime powerhouse. Back at that time, one of the most powerful maritime powerhouse, Korea. So we still have used the name Korea, and the international community call us people from Korea. Then we can say that Korea is the maritime powerhouse. Historically, we are maritime powerhouse. So it's safe to conclude as such. That's right. There are many new jargons. The supply secures the supply chain. So what's supply chain? The logistics means the flow of goods from the production area to the consumption area in a most economical manner. It involves two factors, the demand and the suppliers. The production facilities in Korea had not been very developed, and before the Industrial Revolution, the supply and demand, rather than transporting the resources, the logistics all focused on the transportation of resources. When we were the maritime powerhouse, the unified Silla, after the Silla, or in the period of Korea, the rich people had the demand for goods from around the world. So to meet their demands, the global logistics, which we think today, were already established during the era of Korea, which we built for by ourselves. We can find that in our own history. That's why I titled my presentation. So in the past, our logistics was focused on the demanding end, but we were maritime powerhouse. That's the conclusion I like to make. So would you agree? Okay, now my presentation is over now. But once again, let me begin my presentation in another way. I wrote this book, Logistics and Logistics People in History. I studied logistics my entire life. I had a question: since when did we know the logistics or studied logistics? So I studied. Unfortunately, our history are written mostly about politics. There are not many literatures about life or economy. behind the political history, we can get a glimpse into the economic or life during that period. That's so I summarized them, and I found that we were the maritime powerhouse. Since the era of three kingdoms, I summarized in the order of historic books. The main record is in the order of is in the chronicle order. And I summarize the people who were involved in the logistics industry. Logistics are so embedded into our lives. So let me skip this slide. Korea has emerged as a logistics powerhouse. However, did we really begin the logistics activities by ourselves? Probably no, not necessarily. So here, in the era of three kingdoms, the 고구려, 백제, and 신라, Korea advanced to the continent. That's what we know, but that's not necessarily the truth. The Goguryeo advanced into the continent and oceans at the same time. Through the oceans, it maintained relationships with China. The route between Korea and China was connected over the Yellow Sea, and it stretched it to the Gyeonggi Bay. And depending on who gets the hegemony of the Yellow Sea, then the Goguryeo took the hegemony of Gyeonggiman during that time, and Baekje defeated Goguryeo, and during the era of King Gunchogo, they pushed the Goguryeo back to China, and Baekje controlled most of the Korean peninsula. This is evidenced by the record in the Chiljido, which means 7 maps. That was the period, that was the gift that Baekje gave to Japan when it was most prosperous. It means that the forces that took the ocean hegemony controlled the Korean peninsula. The Shilla was relatively distant from the Gyeonggi Bay, and Shilla unified the three kingdoms. Where did the power come from? Because they set the path on the Gyeonggi Bay to communicate with China. That's how they built the force to unify the three kingdoms. Not a complete unification, but it opened the era of inter-Korean age. But the unified Silla had a very powerful force on the oceans, and General Jangbogu had one of the most powerful maritime forces. That's the great legacy that Silla left for us. This is where Gaya comes in. Gaya Kingdom was the maritime powerhouse. Gaya Kingdom specialized in steel, and it had prosperous steel processing technology. So Goguryeo wanted to trade with Gaya to buy arms, and other three kingdoms also benefited from Gaya. But unfortunately, it failed to defend the oceans, so it was defeated by Silla. But Gaya's culture contributed to forming the foundation when Silla unified the three kingdoms, and the Gaya's technology, Gaya's descendants used their skills to help Silla unify three countries. The General Kim Yu-shin was the royal family of Gaya, and the General Kim Yu-shin served as the bridge so that Gaya people can exert their power in Silla. There are many cities whose name has the term He, that means oceans. One of the Kimhe is one example. Kimhe. Kim means gold, He means oceans. So Kimhe means this an area where steels are processed and handled. That means how big of a legacy Gaya left for us. The post-Silla was the leader in the maritime forces during his time, and the elite in the Silla, to satisfy the demand of the elite Silla class, he imported sources and did the trade with Arab countries and other countries. So back then, today's global logistics were already established back then, and one of the important leaders was Silla and the General Jang Bogo. Then the King Muyol's son completed the unification by unifying Baekje and Goguryeo. When King Muyol thought that it failed to unify the entire Goguryeo, the northern Goguryeo is now Boihai, which is Balhae, and the state name has He, which means ocean, Balhae, Boihai. And to King Mumu, he wanted to unify the Boihai. He wanted to achieve that dream even after his death. So he said that, please bury my body in the coast of Gyeongju. So we can still see his grave in the coast of Gyeongju. Some people interpret his will in a wrong way, and after his death, the Japanese invaders didn't invade Korea for about 150 years after his death. So this is my own interpretation. I may be wrong, but the Boihai, we have to include the Boihai, but we can do that through oceans. Balhae. So maybe King Mummu wanted to achieve his dream even after his death. Maybe you have different perspectives on history, but all these anecdotes show that how close we were to the oceans. Korea was founded by Wanggon. He defeated the post-Baekje forces through the ocean, through the maritime trade. And Korea grew the country through the maritime transportation. So it was a country that valued commercialism. Back then, the entire world, the Korea's position was regarded very high, and Song even had reciprocal relationship with Korea and utilized that relationships to the best to control the trade in the Northeast Asia. As the legacy, we are still called Korea even today, and we are recognized as Korea around the world. When Korea was most prosperous, Korea's culture was the standard for the global culture. And even now today, if we become the maritime powerhouse, we are spreading K culture. Even if we do that, I am certain that it will not be an exaggeration. The history teaches us this, that by analyzing the past history, we can learn about ourselves and we can predict what the future will bring. So the K culture under the name of Korea will become as prosperous as Korea. Looking at the trade structure led by the Korea in in East Asia, it had reciprocal trade relationship with Song, and the trade was very dynamic back then. We can see that by looking at those relics like this. And Korea was a commercial centric state. One of the most prosperous culture of Korea was the Korea print technology. That shows Korea was at the forefront in the global culture. And we are today, this is something that we have to carry on. And in the age of Goryeo, since the age of Jangbogo, the shipbuilding technology and navigation technology developed and matured, and many organizations were created. We created the Ministry of Oceans 30 years ago, but looking at the Jikji of Unified Silla had Ministry of Oceans. The name may be different. The name was Suguk. Su means water. So the fact that we created Ministry of Oceans, it's only natural that we have Ministry of Oceans today, because even Silla, in the age of Silla, there was Ministry of Oceans. Of course, it had very good policy structures. The other government organizations include navigation and island department. But Joseon was relatively passive about oceans. Why was Joseon so passive about oceans? Because nothing but because it followed the order of Myeong. Myeong defeated Won on the basis of Won was not our their race, and they are from different races, and we have to create a nation of one homogeneous race. So one of the good legacies left by Won was the maritime exploration. They discovered America 70 years before Columbus did. But Myeong ordered people not to travel on the sea and destroy the ships, and the culture were buried regarding the oceans. So the authorities banned all maritime activities. And Joseon followed the policies. So Joseon was so subject to Myeong and followed the order without any criticism. General Lee Sun-shin reported to King Sejong that the people in Sisima would donate sacrifices every year, and King Sejong said no. And so General Lee Jong-gu returned. So back then, the Sisima Island was Korea's island, but Joseon followed the orders from Myeong and ignored the Sisima Island. So unfortunately, the closest island from Busan, which was once ours, is now belongs to Japan. The Joseon banned maritime activities. So it was very hard to do some maritime activities during the era of Joseon. But General Lee Sun-shin saved Joseon from the crisis, but he didn't do it alone. He was assisted by the shipbuilding technology, which enabled him to build Gobukson and build formidable naval forces. That's what helped Joseon maintain its 500-year history. All of this was made possible by the shipbuilding technology and operational skills. Without those skills, Joseon must have disappeared. But the Imjin War, we were victorious in the war against Japan. What made us win those battles were the naval power. Now the doors were beginning to open slowly. The Myeong collapsed and Chong was founded. One thing that we could learn from Chong, but what can we learn from Chong? We can learn about technology, which can help us. So we must learn from Chong, and there should be something else that we must not learn from Chong. The 북학, the practical group, the 실학파, began to gain forces. So during the era of King Jongjo, the pragmatism groups 실학파 began to gain influence, but Jongjo died early. So the Iron Curtain was laid, and we wasted 100 years. And after 100 years, their spirits were carried on, and the history of logistics began to open. So we cannot see logistics from a single perspective. We need to approach it through different lenses. There are things that we did well in the past history, but when it comes to value creations through logistics, we were once prosperous, but we were less prosperous once. But from those facts, what should we do from now on? We have the name Korea, and we have to carry on this name. Then we have to rise into a logistic powerhouse. One of the pressing issues from Korea and Japan, US, is the supply chain issues. So we are living in the era of logistics. It shows that in the coming logistics era, we have to regain the prestige as the logistics powerhouse that it has been the chronicle order that I wrote in my book. But now I think you must be inspired by now by looking due to the time constraint. I'd like to introduce you to the 10 people from the logistics industry. General Jang Bo-go is the father of the logistics industry for Korea, and Park Ji-won said that there's no logistics without cards. When he went to China, he saw how Chinese people used cars for transportation. So Park Ji-won said that we have to begin road transportation, and information is very important. In that sense, Kim Jong-ho, who drew the 대동여 지도, by drawing 대동여 지도, Kim Jong-ho contributed to developing our logistics industry. And Jung Ya-kyung, he invented the firearm. He invented the first leverage, as you can see in the drawing. is the first ever lift hoist. 허생전, a novel. 허생전 presented the value of preservation. 허생전 lends 10,000 won and have the monopolies of the goods, and then he sells the goods that he monopolized and sells them at higher prices. 최봉준, you may not know him very well. He is the father of the modern style transportation. Even though his base was in the Vladivostok, but his trade coverage reached the Hamhung area. But 최봉준 and 장보고 and 최봉준 are very important figures. The logistics Im Sang-ok was the merchant, and in the modern era, the business person Jung Ju-young, who said, "Make it work. If you can't do it," he established the automobile and shipbuilding companies. And Jo Jung-hoon, the former president of Hanjin Industry, he once said, you can go to the world through me." He built the nation's logistic industry his entire life. But for logistics, infrastructure is very important. It cannot be created by a single person. It's something that must involve government and large companies. It's very important how we pave the roads. In the modern times, almost entire country is covered with roads, paved roads, and in the Joseon area, Joon existed. So it laid the foundation for Korea to become the logistics powerhouse. The railroad network. I came here all the way down to Seoul, down to Busan from Seoul. I traveled on train. Without train, I couldn't have come to Busan in 2 hours and returned to Seoul in 2 hours. I'm very grateful to railroad network. And this is the station tokens. And the luggage carriers also played very important to deliver the goods and sell goods. So they sometimes play used for political purposes as well. And Gekju also played an important role by serving as the hotels. And other merchants during the Joseon period. So by looking at the history, Korea was the logistics powerhouse. To sum up, Korea was the maritime powerhouse, and we were global logistics advanced country in global logistics. So that means that we have to reinforce our logistics industry to become even more powerful logistics country. That's it for my presentation. Thank you.
예, 정필수 원장님 수고.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. For over 2,000 years, we saw a lot of changes, and we just time traveled back to those years. We learned a lot about the people, the nations, particularly great generals and admirals who did a great job in the logistics area. So we are behind the time a little, so we're going to invite the second speaker immediately. The second speaker is senior researcher of Korea Maritime Institute, Lee Seul-ki. Her presentation is about how to understand the ocean and ocean literacy and education. This researcher Lee is also doing a lot of job, particularly in relation to ocean education. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Hello. I am Lee Seul-ki, senior researcher at KMI. Today I'm going to tell you about ocean literacy and ocean education. Whenever we have a talk or discussion on social issues, the end of the discussion is always the education. We know the importance of education because it is the beginning and end of our life. We have communicated with the ocean in any form or shape in the past, but we have to do so better in the future. So what kind of education do we need to provide for our kids? Well, first, prologue. I believe that you know this story. A cafe in Seoul made an apology, and in a sentence there said 심심한 사과. But the MC's generation didn't understand what it meant. It meant the deepest and sincere expression of apology, but they thought that it was boring apology or something. And there are many other examples where MZ generations or younger people do not understand the true meaning of Korean language or Korean words. The series of incidents led the Ministry of Education to make an announcement that they're going to improve programs to improve literacy of the youth. Then what is the definition of literacy? By dictionary, it is ability to read and write. There are many other similar concepts, like reading ability or comprehensibility. But the term literacy became really popular, particularly after 1970, and the International Association for Literacy expanded the definition of the term literacy. It goes beyond a simple ability of reading. It is about critical thinking and communication skills as well, and it is also interpreted as the power to understand the world. Of course, the ocean literacy is another thing that we have to focus on. Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission defines that ocean literacy is an understanding of the ocean's influence on you and your influence on the ocean. And now the meaning is expanding. It is also about going beyond understanding the interrelations between the human and the ocean. It is also about utilizing our oceanic knowledge and applying them for coexistence. Ocean literacy campaign began in America in 2002 for the first time. Now it can be found in other nations, including in Europe. It is also an important part comprising the SDG 14 as well. And the literacy campaigns all around the world emphasizes the importance of education. It sees kids and students an active participants, and they also encourage not just science and educators, but also artists and the media to take part in this program. So these three countries are strong countries in terms of oceanic education. America recognized the significance of ocean was not well reflected in formal education programs, so they launched Ocean Literacy Campaign in 2002. This means that from pre-K to throughout 12th grade, regular programs systematically teach marine science and environment, allowing its citizens when grown up handle environmental issues like marine environment, marine life, and disasters with high level of understanding, and even supporting right policies. Japan established the Oceanic Basic Act in 2007 to improve oceanic education, that is defined as a role and responsibility of the state. And the third master plan of Japan states that the oceanic education shall be offered to all children by 2025 at schools. And Taiwan was quite late in its start in terms of oceanic education, but it is executing various programs at the fastest speed in the world. And their programs go beyond offering mandatory classes at school. The government offers industrial programs as well in connection with classrooms and schools. Then what about in Korea? We have three large pillars in terms of oceanic education. We provide oceanic education at school for the youth. But to overcome limits, we also provide society level education for all people as well. And the third pillar is, of course, to strengthen and establish relevant institutions and infrastructure. And Korea is a country that has a single act implemented to help vitalize oceanic education and cultures. There have been various people involved in this program, and Mr. Kim Yong-chun also offered a lot of help and support to create this act as well. And now we have a basic act on vitalizing oceanic education and cultures as well, which was public proclaimed last year. And actually, all these policies and educations began in 2005 in Korea, and I wanted to know whether people really like these programs. And I also wanted to know whether these education programs have benefits. And we did some survey and research and learned that those who received oceanic education at least once has higher understanding about the ocean, and they have better attitudes and behavior when it comes to dealing with the ocean. So it is beneficial to provide educations to people. And we also compared inland residents and coastal residents. And the result was the closer people live to the ocean, the stronger their oceanic awareness and sensitivity got. This means a close relationship between a person and the ocean can raise ocean awareness, but also means ocean education has failed at overcoming geographical limits. And we also analyzed generational differences as well. As a result, we learned that the MZ generations lack ocean awareness in general. And also, we saw that those in their 30s and 50s with children showed the highest participation rates when it comes to ocean education programs, and those in their 20s showed the lowest rates. What it means is that, well, as I said, it's been about 17 years that the government started launching this program for the general people. So for the last 17 years, the major target of these programs were the kids and children. However, the MZ generation, who were the specific target of those programs, lack this ability or ocean literacy. So we have to do more to better target the audience. And another interesting survey was about money or taxes. Because if a government wants to pursue a program, it requires money. So when we asked for government ocean education policies, how much are you willing to pay? Well, for this research, we used the methodology called CVM, or contingent valuation method. So when we analyzed people's willingness to pay for these programs, the average WTP was about 10,000 won per year. So if we put it in the context of the entire population, Korean people would like to pay about 425.8 billion won a year for ocean education programs. Well, actually, this amount is larger than the 5-year budget for education programs set or allocated by the government. So it is pretty good. However, we have to compare this number with other types of education programs as well in order to understand how people see and view these ocean education programs. So when compared to education programs like economic programs or environmental programs and cultural arts programs, ocean education programs were rather underappreciated by the people. So if people are willing to pay more for certain programs, that means that they support those programs, and also that means that people's awareness in those areas are relatively high. So it is safe to say that we have to raise people's awareness for the ocean and ocean education and ocean literacy. So with that, we can say that some policies were successful, but we also have a room for improvement. So what should we do to better these education programs? What to teach can also be interpreted to what to learn. After the fourth industrial revolution and COVID-19, there have been a new demand for new education. Online education programs became really prevalent everywhere due to the pandemic. It's been about 2 years already, but we learned that differences in personal environment led to gaps in educational opportunities and quality, particularly for art and PE courses. For example, if music teacher tells the students to do some homework by singing a song, the kids will say that I can't sing a song at home because I don't have a strong soundproof system at home. Well, this kind of example shows that kids have never made decisions for their own life. They lived in an environment as arranged and predefined for them, and they don't know what to do when they are given new opportunities in a new space with a lot of free time. Not many kids enjoy or had hobbies. I'm going to tell you about the kindergarten that my kids go. Luckily, we are in a very great environment. This area that you are in right now is called the Marine Cluster in Korea. And in this cluster, we have a Korea Coast Guard kindergarten. This kindergarten only accepts children with parents who are working in this cluster. So it is for kids from 1 to 7. And because their parents are living and working in this cluster, they have a close relationship with the ocean. And for example, one kid would say in class that, "Hey teacher, my dad found a sick turtle yesterday, so he fixed him and sent him back to the ocean." Then the teacher will open a book about sea turtles and they talk about sea turtles in the classroom. But all of a sudden they would just say, let's go to the Korea Maritime Museum to see the sea turtle in person. Then they would do so. That is possible. Well, of course, currently we don't have an actual live sea turtle in the museum because it is left. It is left for its home in the water, but that was the actual case that I heard from this kindergarten. And another interesting thing is that the kids in the kindergarten usually do the gardening. They raise tomatoes and many other veggies and fruits, but when they saw tomatoes in the garden, at first they are shocked because it is not red like those they see in the market. But they will remember that forever. A great professor, Choi Jae-chun, once said, "When your effort to learn about a thing accumulates, you'll fall in love with it." And Benjamin Franklin said that if you tell me, I'll forget. If you teach me, I'll remember. If you engage me, I'll learn. That's how to teach our kids. When our kids are engaged and when they actually meet the environment in their daily life, when they learn that they are connected with the environment, they will learn and they'll take actions. So we have to change their attitudes toward the ocean. We do not have to deliver the knowledge. We have to teach the attitudes. We have to change their attitude toward the ocean and towards their life. Then now it is about how to communicate with the ocean. Well, first thing that you have to remember is that changes come from children. This is a painting made by the very famous painter in the Netherlands in the 17th, and you can see that there are a lot of kids playing with a lot of things. It is like 460 years ago in a different country, the Netherlands, but we can see that what they do are not so different from what we see today. Of course, some toys and equipment look different from what we have today, but where they are and what they do with whom are not so different. And I believe that all of you are well aware of what we call forest kindergarten. It is prevalent in our society now. However, when we first introduced the concept to our society, it was something novel. Teachers did not know what to do, so they wore heels and skirts when they were doing some activities in the forest. But now they know what to do, and this became a really important part for the kindergarten and the kids. And also, now our viewpoint towards kindergarten has changed as well. Before, we thought that kindergarten is just a stage that is before the elementary school, and it is a place where kids study or prepare for the elementary school. But it is not anymore. It is a place where kids play and experience. Then what about ocean kindergarten? Do you know that? It is this, the picture shows a kindergarten in Kiel, Germany. It's called Forest Ocean Kindergarten. The thing they do is not so different from what we see at Forest Kindergarten in Korea. They do have a lot of playthings. They go out and have fun in the forest and the ocean. This is how to learn about their relationship with the nature. However, in Korea, if we think that we have to teach something or we have to raise public awareness, do you know what we do in the first? We include that in the education program or regular curriculum. We make classroom textbook and we have kids to take tests on this subject. Well, this is not a bad idea because it is effective for its price or cost. However, that's not the only way to teach a thing. We have to take a little longer perspective, longer view, and let children know that the nature and the ocean is part of their life. And another way to communicate with the ocean is placing yourself closer to the ocean. I told you that the MZ generation's ocean literacy was really low. And we are saying this from our view, the older generation's view. But the fact is that the younger generations are flooded with the massive amount of information every day. So they have to selectively take piece of information to their liking. In the past, we finished the book and learned a thing, but that is not the way of learning new things these days. And last year, KMI conducted a survey on ocean product awareness too, and of course, those in their 20s and 30s showed low awareness level. And the reason behind that was they thought that the ocean was not something very relevant for their life. They thought that they had no importance. The ocean had no importance for their life. We have to teach them it's not, and we have to place them closer to the ocean. So I told you that we have to have our kids to play and play around the ocean and have more experiences regarding the ocean. Then for the MZ generation, we have to approach differently. The approach that I prefer is smaller and closer. The one-way training program would not be so effective for them. However, if we have them naturally encounter the ocean in their daily life, it'll be really effective. This is a program called CNAC. It is a shop where you can actually earn money by collecting waste. If people go out to the ocean or beach and collect some wastes, they can receive marine life shaped cookies. And this shop became so popular amongst the MZ generation, inviting more than 20,000 people in 4 weeks. They collected 0.7 tons of waste from the ocean. And another example is Gompyo plugging event. This is a really popular brand in Korea that sells wheat and wheat-based products, but they opened the Gompyo plugging event. So for hikers, they gave this paper bag, and these hikers can collect and do the plugging while hiking, and if they return this paper bag full of waste, they can get some goods shared by this brand, particularly those that they cannot find in the market anymore. Of course, this campaign was a big success as well. So if we have more, if we make environment where the younger generations can encounter these kind of environmental issues more naturally and more often, we can make a very effective result. And another way of communicating with the ocean is finding a new way to sense them. Well, in 2021, Gongju City made a very interesting thing, a playground for the elderly. It is not a playground like we see in your neighborhood designed for the kids. It is specifically designed for the elderly, so it stimulates their physical body but also their mind and mental system. And it also offers a lot of games that can help stimulate their brains. And these playgrounds are really popular now. It is being established in many areas of the country. And of course, we can see similar examples in other nations too. And actually, in other countries, we do see a lot of examples where daycare center for the elderly and for children exist together. So how about building this playground for the elderly and playground for the children together next to each other? Then they can communicate with one another. And if we place these playgrounds near the ocean, probably they will have more opportunities to see and understand the ocean, ultimately improving their ocean literacy. So we are living in a new era, so we have to find a better way of communication, a better way of communicating with the ocean. We will always have problems regarding the ocean, and we will always see some conflicts due to different perspectives. However, we will have to find a common ground to resolve these problems together. So we have to let the people know the importance and the value of the ocean for our life. How? Through education. That is the way to make a better future for all of us. If you make more effort to learn about it, you will definitely fall in love. That is a great remark by Professor Choi Jae-chan, and that'll be also my ending remark. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. You mentioned the remarks by Professor Che. You love as much as you know, and linking that phrase to the topics today. You act as much as you feel. So it was a very good opportunity to make us feel the importance of maritime literacy. We are behind the schedule by about 20 minutes, so, but I'm sure you are fine with this. So you will, please feel free to keep your time to 20 minutes, then I will shorten my closing remarks to keep the time. The next speaker up is a presentation related to Yeongdo Island, KMI kiosk, or this is the maritime cluster. This is the Yeongdo Island. Yeongdo Island is one of the pilot cities designated by the Ministry of Culture, the only district in Korea. The Yeongdo Culture Center has been doing a very special and wonderful job. I'm inviting Ms. Go Yeon-jung from Yeongdo Culture City Center. The title, Yeongdo, an island of art and city where people, nature, and history lead to culture. Good afternoon. I'm nervous to be standing here. Yeongdo, an island of arts and city where people, nature, and history lead to culture. I'm Go Yeon-jung from Yeongdo Culture City Center. First, what is the Legal Culture City project? It's based on the Local Culture Promotion Act to promote the local cultural resources. This project has been conducted by top-down manner, but this project was designed as bottom-up cultural promotion project. The purposes are the promotion of local communities led by the local communities, and promoting balanced growth by promoting regional unique cultural values. The third is establishing the foundation for sustainable development by using cultural creativity and promoting social innovation through cultural urban regeneration. Yeongdo-gu was first elected in 2020. So far, a total of 18 cities have been selected, and the cities will be receiving 15 billion won over the next 5 years. Most of them are regional communities and regional governments. Now, a short introduction about our project. Yeongdo is the only district that's built that is an island. 120,000 population and about 6,000 people engaged in shipbuilding industry. And the statistics about the residential environment of Yeongdo. There's something strange about Yeongdo. The residential satisfaction varied depending on age groups. For the teens, it was 13th highest and 11th highest for those in their 20s. But first, most happiest district to live for those in their 60s or older. But the C was the factor that contribute to the high satisfaction with the residential conditions. But people wanted to leave Yeongdo because of education and culture, and our senior population is highest in Busan. Then how can we improve their residential satisfaction with the benefits of oceans? Then we knew that we had to improve the education and cultural environment. And additionally, in Yeongdo-gu, one of the most important policy priorities was cultural promotion, and we were conducting 6 urban regeneration projects. And Yeongdo is home to a lot of private coffee shops, but not so many cultural facilities. The only island district and local government built on island, but it's the hub for transportation and has abundant cultural resources, and it's rich. It was the birthplace for the modern industry, shipbuilding industry of Korea. These are the key words, and we thought what would be the key word for the culture of Yeongdo, and the selected were city and island. Cities have their own issues, the resources intensity, love and information and power to gather people together, but there are also other issues as well. And if it's an island, the island has its own culture and resources, and but at the same time closed communities. We wanted to improve enhance the strength. And another keyword was the connection between city and island. Yeongdo is connected to the land by 4 bridges. I believe that's the characteristics of maritime culture. So, growth and connection were selected as the keyword to describe Yeongdo. Culture city is not something that a person like me can do overnight, but it's something that every people must come together in building. When we selected the vision and agenda for Culture City, we made sure that citizens engaged in the process, sometimes shipbuilding workers and disabled peoples. We held we held a total of 35 sessions of roundtables with people from all walks of life to come up with our own identify. So the vision for Yeongdo was art and culture. When it comes to art, we associate art with artists or arts related to behavior. But for Yeongdo's unique art, we thought should be the where the geography is turned into art itself and time translates into art itself and folk tales and stories. The space where people are the art, and so we wanted to design the missions and urban agenda around those themes, and we also had some ideas as well. Korea is surrounded by seas on three sides, but there could be some cultural values that's unique to Yeongdo, which are different from Mokpo and other coastal cities. So these are 5 meta keywords: sea and inland. The horses in Jeju were sent to Yeongdo and sent again to Seoul. Second was the nomad and settlement. The third is fish and semi-fish, semi-farming, agriculture. The third was hub and background. The fifth was technology and the art. There were many artists residing in Yeongdo: Lee Jung-sub, Jeon Young-mi, and Choi Baek-ho. The artists who were born or raised in Yeongdo. Those are the meta keywords. I thought these are the unique keywords for Yeongdo. And these are the visions. We turned them into some specific themes. First was the vision was the Yeongdo should be the island of art and city, and we wanted to create to spread the lifestyles with people by engaging with people. We are conducting about 30 projects a year. Let me introduce you to some of them. We think connectedness as very important values. It sounds specific and sometimes very abstract. In Yeongdo, there are many living alone people, and we visit their homes, and we conducted artistic activities in their houses to make them to come out of their houses and meet with their neighbors. And we use the term maritime culture and art education. Even the central government don't use the term maritime education. This is the project where children can create exploration box, and it has some mission cards like visit the haenyos and learn how they move their bodies and apply their movements, translate their movements into with dance. And the relations citizen was another keyword. This was the project that we thought to invite people not who are living in Yeongdo, or even those who are not living in Yeongdo. and it was a project by inviting people, the 30 people from around the world, and let them live in Yeongdo for 30 days. And as a result of the project, they developed affection to Yeongdo, and some have signed housing contract here, house rent contract. Culture and art is a good job creation source. So we collaborated with artists who could contribute to generating jobs. They actually came to Yeongdo, and when people come to Yeongdo, they are very interested in maritime culture, like cuisine or publishing books on storytelling of Yeongdo to make Yeongdo more familiar with citizens. Those are the participation-based projects. And another project that we are doing so passionately since 1920, Yeongdo's stories. Many people living in Yeongdo are dying, and the skylines are changing. Then, so we thought we should preserve the records, and we visited the nursery care houses to to compile the record. So this is archive project, and we are opening the digital archive center next year. The semi fishing and semi agriculture. That's another keyword that defines Yeongdo's identity. Yeongdo has very small patches of farming lots, and so this is the project to keep the gardens, to maritime culture gardens, participated by the Yeongdo residents. And maritime culture, the term maritime culture and culture city, those are terms that are relatively hard to understand. So we wanted to visualize those difficult words so that any people can see those letters and understand what they mean. And so for that end, we carried out this project, integrate branding project. Most of people come up with signage or CI, but we wanted to create cultural identity, like the keywords, the keywords for Yeongdo, like connectedness. So connectiveness. Then how about drawing, creating the brand in one line, in one connected line. You can draw Haenyeo with one hand, with one line, and we selected the unique culture of Yeongdo, the 20 cultures. It was do-able branding method which was invented for the first time in the world. Before that, this was the first time that anyone can use. Other brands can be used by others. So, and these are the branding projects. By connecting small business owners and design crews, matching between them and nurturing the designers and the forums. As a result, you can find those signages across Yeongdo, the Yeongdo Dabok House. And you can find those brands in Yeongdo, across Yeongdo. They are also used for advertisement or broadcasting contents. The goods that features the Yeongdo's brand identities by drawing the images in one connected line. Now let me play this video clip.
In government. The local people's lives are reflected in the city's culture. As a result, the culture of Yeongdo is created by the people of Yeongdo. The brand Yeongdo Cultural City proposes a design method that invites people to the creation instead of a fancy symbol mark. We call this one-line drawing. The rules are simple. Step 1, draw what you want with one line. Step 2, all the drawings are connected to each other. Anyone can draw anything. If Yeongdo residents made it, that shows what Yeongdo looks like.
문화도시를 대표할 수 있는 브랜드를 어떻게 만들까 굉장히 고민이 많았는데요. 특정 장소나 특산품이 아니라 도시를 그리는 문화적 DNA를 넣고 싶었습니다.
The brand Yeongdo can be easily taken out and used by anyone when visual expression is needed. Shop signages, posters, shopping bags, t-shirts, boxes, tapes, and cups. The various pictures created are distributed as font format files so that everyone can use them easily. Picture those that are in contact with each other. It resembles a Yeongdo that embraces nature and people, history and industry, and the past and the present. One-line drawing created by various groups and individuals to form a streetscape and change the visual environment of the city. The visual culture of Yeongdo is being formed. As time goes by, Yeongdo becomes more and more like Yeongdo.
일단 영도 변화에 제가 하나로서 참여를 할 수 있다는 게 너무 큰 영광이기도 하고 재밌는 경험이기도 하고 하면서 앞으로 해가 거듭해 갈수록 간판들이 하나씩 바뀌어 가는 게 보였으면 좋겠다. 그러면 좀 더 많이 더 뿌듯할 것 같습니다.
Do you think cities need branding? What does it mean to brand a city? How should a place of living be branded where diverse experiences coexist? The brand design of Yeongdo Cultural City started from these questions. The graphics created and used by local residents. The brand that invites local residents to be creators of visual culture. This is the brand of Yeongdo Cultural City.
저희가 이런 문화도
Parties are citizens' engagement and using our own unique resources for culture and can be accessed or used by anyone. That was the identity of this branding project, and it won the World Design Award. In Seattle, we won the IDA award, the first silver award for the first time for Korea, and we won the main prize in Germany. The method of city branding may not be confined to the CI or VI of the city. It should carry the identity of the city. I'm so honored to be invited to this event. I want to have more network with urban planners, and thank you for giving me this chance. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Go. Now it's time to introduce the final presentation.
The next speaker is Kim Ha-won. She is the CEO of Haenyeo Kitchen. But unfortunately, she couldn't make it to Busan today because she is in Jeju Island. But she is joining us via Zoom, so please welcome her on the screen. She grew up with the mother who is Haenyeo, and she went to a Korean National Art School in Seoul. She studied theater. And after graduating from the school, she came back to Jeju and opened a theater-themed dining place called Haenyeo Kitchen with her friends. If you go to that restaurant, you can enjoy food made of the collection of Haenyeo, and you can also enjoy some cultures well represented by this Haenyeo family. So we are going to invite Kim Ha-won now so that we can learn how to coexist with Haenyeo and the ocean in the future. Hello, I am Kim Ha-won, CEO of Haenyeo Kitchen. I really wanted to go to Korea, but actually I'm pregnant and I'm expecting a birth very soon, so I couldn't fly there. So I am still in Jeju joining you online. Haenyeo Kitchen is a place where diverse people, particularly with different ages, coexist. Those in their 20s and in their 90s work together in this kitchen. I'm having some difficulties here to go to the next page. 해녀. 해 means ocean and 녀 means women. So it is basically ocean women. We see a lot of haenyos in Jeju and also in Busan and other regions in Korea. These are the people, a community of people who enter the sea to get marine products without oxygen provision apparatus. They go into the water and collect food. Please take a look at this video. So this haenyeo, how old do you think she is? She is 91. She is the oldest haenyeo in Jongdali village, my neighborhood. She is a lovely lady, but she is also a professional grandma diver. Foreign people are amazed by this woman. They call her amazing person and wonderful person. This grandma is small and weak when on land, but she becomes really strong when in water. Haenyeo is a culture that is handed down to next generations from mom to daughter, and it is also respecting the value of the ocean. It is based on a culture of community, and it believes in sustainable coexistence with the ocean and the marine ecosystem. Jeju's haenyeo was inscribed onto the UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity, and I think that we need to learn from haenyeo. We destroy the nature for us, for our culture. However, haenyeo created this sustainable culture to coexist with the ocean. I think that is a very important spirit that we have to learn from haenyeo. We have to create a circular economy by avoiding overfishing And we also have to define seasons for fishing or collecting certain species in the ocean. Haenyos understand this so well, so they controlled their behaviors and activities. They are such a valuable heritage of humanity, but they themselves do not know how important they are in our ecosystem. Actually, we see a dramatic drop in the number of haenyos now. About 90% of all haenyos in Korea are over 60 years old now, and their livelihood is threatened by various elements as well. So aging is one of an important issue, but their distribution structure, which is really antiquated, became a problem as well, because they mostly sold products to Japan in the past, and this distribution structure hasn't changed so much, meaning that their product price competitiveness dropped dramatically, and they kind of lost control in the market due to the strong management and systematic management of Japanese merchants and retailers. I went to Korea National University of Arts, and all female members in my family are haenyos. They know how to hold a breath, to go into the water and collect seafood, and I learned a lot from them. They are part of my life, but I learned that they are on the brink of extinction, so I wanted to do something about it. That's why I opened my company, and this is my solution. There are a lot of visitors to Jeju Island, so I wanted to share some stories about haenyos with them using my expertise. Theatric performance. So when you think of haenyo, you may usually associate with the idea of dirty seafood market. But that is not what I want. I wanted to create a new culture of haenyo that has great brand power. So I created this environment in order to create new image on haenyo. So I prepared a video, so please watch this to better understand my business.
사실
When I thought of opening a business with this idea, actually all my family members and the elderly in my village thought I am doing something impossible. And it was because of their belief and thought that this structure, distribution structure, is something that cannot be mended anymore. And they also thought that it was impossible to bring in a lot of visitors to this small village for this restaurant. But over the last 3 years, after the establishment of this restaurant, we see an average of reservation rates over 19%. In total, we invited more than 45,000 people to our village with sales over 2.5 billion won. Last year, we opened another restaurant, a branch in different location, and the second branch is utilizing the power of media art. So we have a lot of people interested in this business at home and from abroad, and we also got a lot of suggestions from them. So instead of showing performance alone, they suggested that we provide media art and media art-based content as well. So we created some stories with all these, and I'm going to show you this too.
해녀의 부엌은 정말 많은 관광객분
So Haenyeo Buok or Haenyeo Kitchen is being loved by a lot of visitors, and now we want to go one step further. Instead of allowing the visitors to enjoy this culture one time, we wanted to create a culture where they can constantly consume Haenyeo's product at home after leaving Jeju too. So we created online content like you see here. So how Haenyeos collect seafood underwater and what they do after collecting them, like how to process them and how to handle them and how to cook them. And with all this, we created mukbang or eating show content, which was viewed by a lot of people. And after showing this video, we also successfully financed our project through crowdfunding as well. And we also work with Dongwon F&B as well in order to create ready-made food or so as you can see, we could create and produce these products that people can easily cook at home. So the thing that we focused on was a simplification of distribution channel. So that is going to the area that we will focus in the future as well, so consumers can get high quality food at an affordable price. We will continue to create and develop PB products with other brands as well, and we are also planning to enter the foreign market probably next year. That will take place. And this is the last slide of my presentation. This is actual word from a Haenyeo. This is in Jeju dialogue, and it means that she is so happy to have lived as Haenyeo in Jeju. I believe that Haenyeo Haenyeos are those who made the Jeju island beautiful, and they are like our mothers. And she said that she is happy to be a Haenyeo now, but she also admitted that she was very regrettable for being a Haenyeo in the past. And she said that Haenyeo Kitchen made her proud of her job. And one thing is that Haenyeo is different from farmers. It is not an area where you utilize your own private possession. It is about utilizing the common property in the water. So in the beginning, I thought that it was an area that was so difficult for me, like for a young person like me to enter. But the more I studied about this, the more I realized that it has a great potential for all people, including the youth. So we can work with older generations, and I believe that if we can some more systematic support from the government and other interest parties, we can untap a great potential in the future as well. I really wanted to be there with you in Busan so we can enjoy the video together better and so on, but I'm regrettable that I'm here, but still I am so happy to meet all of you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, President Kim Ha-won. We were so amazed by your presentation. I really want to visit her shop one day. Go to the beaches, and they say the Sora are not very popular these days. That's because younger people don't like Soras. When young, I really liked the Murex, but the cuisine culture has changed, so these days Murex are not as popular as they were. The she said that she sells the Murex and ships the products to cities. I think she's doing a very good job. Serving as the Minister of Oceans, was the what how to shorten the complex supply chain. I tried to do something about this, but it was quite challenging. But as she just showed us, the direct shipping from the originating places, not just cheap products, but luxurious in a luxurious package, and even if that comes with cultural contents, then nothing would be better than that. I was so impressed. Thank you. Now this is time for the general closing remarks. The session 4 was the ocean civilization in the eyes of social scientists. The chief director asked me to deliver the keynote speech, but I rejected his offer because I thought I should prepare a lot for the keynote speech. But he asked me again to make the closing remarks, and I accepted because I thought it would be quite it would be relatively easier. But I think I made a wrong choice. He asked me to make the general closing remarks in 10 pages, but so I said then I should deliver the keynote speech. But I'm here with a shorter version of my closing remarks, but I will do my best to touch upon the key points. I can see you very well because of the light, but you will be watching me very clearly. Dr. Jung Pil-soo, where are you now? He left. He missed my remarks. Dr. Chung walked us through the overview of the 2,000 years of our nation's logistic history. It was a very good presentation. And researcher Lee Seul-gi talked about maritime literacy. Her presentation was a very rare presentation which you cannot find in anywhere else than this forum. And Center Senior Chief Officer Go Yoon-jung, a very good presentation as well, and CEO Kim Ha-won. I really enjoyed the presentation too. If I add something to your presentations, as Dr. Jung pointed out, in the past, Korea, over the past 2,000 years of history, we have an abundant amount of maritime DNA, but For the past latest 500 years, the maritime DNA, which once ran in us, disappeared a little. The 500 years could be called as the history of unsea. The China told us to do so. That could be right in a sense, but Joseon era focused on agriculture. Joseon was an agricultural state. In the second year of Sejong, the King Taejong had the de facto control in foreign diplomacy to advise the king on foreign policies. So they embarked on the Daemado invasion and ruled the Daema island for 10 months, but ends up withdrawing. Because Sisma island promised to donate sacrifices. But to Joseon era, there's no benefit in controlling Sisma Island. Sisma Island, no land to grow rice, grow potato either. Only mountains and sea. And if you like shopping, or fishing, you may go to Sisma Island a lot. But for a person like me who likes biking, or the island is not good at all for agriculture. So Joseon, they see no benefit at all in controlling Sisma Island. So Joseon era contributed to reducing the maritime DNA to a great extent. Is there roads on oceans? Yes, there are. Ocean. The entire ocean is full of roads, and unless there's a connecting point, then can you say that it's a road? No. Once you fill up, then you can travel to the US at once. But in the past, that was impossible. By rowing, we had to have the connecting points in between. But as Dr. Zhang pointed out, the hegemony over the three kingdoms, it was actually the battle on who is the first to secure the route to China. Why did Japan we are 200 kilometers away from Kyushu, then why Japanese people began to live in Tsushima Island? To Japan, Tsushima Island was the connecting point to advance to the Korean Peninsula and all the way to China. The Tsushima Island was the important beachhead for them, sometimes for normal trade in the era where they depended only on rowing and wind. But Tsushima Island is about 100 kilometers away from Japan. Jeju Island was too distant, but from Kyushu and Iki and again to Tsushima Island, it's only 100 kilometers. So to them, Tsushima Island was a very important beachhead, not just for trade and also for piracy. So they took the Tsushima Island. But Joseon saw no strategic significance of this island because Joseon did saw no reason to make road on oceans. What if we control this island? Then we must have been blessed with lots of legacies. Our maritime borderline must have been different now. Busan's fishing ships can travel up to 10 kilometers from the coast, and there's also tentative waters. So ships can only travel up to 10 kilometers away from the coast of Korea. Fishers from Busan go to Gyeongnam or Jeolla province to enjoy fishing because they can travel farther from there. Not just for fishers. If this island was ours, then the borderline must have been different. Then our maritime borderline could have been 100 kilometers further down from the current state. So it could have been our relationship with Japan, and it has been served so important a beachhead for us, but we lost that chance after the end of the Unsea, and Japan opened the era of oceans after the Ganghwa Treaty. Busan and Wonsan and Icheon was one of the ports to open. So Busan's history as an international port began around that period. And after the Japanese colonial rule, as Korea began to develop, we conducted global trade through the US and Japan and became the modernized country. That's why Busan became the logistics hub for Korea and gave rise to the industry related to logistics. But time has changed too. China opened and accelerated economic growth. The Yellow Sea area, the east coast of Korea, so ports spring up, and so its role as logistics hub increased. And in addition to the sprawling expansion of the capital area, the Yellow Sea, the era of Yellow Sea will become even more powerful in the future. So it was a good point to anticipate the future of the Korean maritime industry. The Unsea era created by Joseon. To overcome that limitation, we have to educate ourselves on maritime literacy. That was the point by Ms. Isulgi. As one of the culture from the Unsea period, some people even despise work in related to sea, and also culture that feared oceans. It's difficult, it's dangerous to be close to the seas. And Then if we despise the work related to sea, then we may lose the respect to the oceans. But for Korea, after the economic development, we are a trading state. Last year, our export volume was how much? $600 billion or higher, and import included about $1.25 trillion of import. Translated into Korean won, about 150 billion, 1,500 trillion won. Korea's total annual budget is 600 trillion. Korea has to develop its economy, and more than 80% of its economy depends on trade. Or without trade, Korea's trade collapses. That's how much oceans are important. 99% of the trade is delivered by ships. Aircraft accounts for less than 1%, but aircrafts is expensive to ship goods in airplanes. The seaborne trade, when decision makers were not aware of the values of seaborne trade, then they made Hanjin shipping go bankrupt. When I was appointed as the minister, my main job was the restoring the Hanjin shipping, and I executed about 8 trillion won to that project. But last year, the HMM, the Hyundai Merchant Marine, it recorded 7.5 trillion won in surplus, recouped the loss over the past 10 years. Without the ships, then that return could have been taken by other ships by other countries. The expected surplus of HMM this year is 10 trillion won, but we are expecting some worse year from next year. Countries that understood this cycle, then even at the bad times they control and manage their industry. But for the past 30 years, the maritime DNA, we lost the maritime DNA and we lost the cycle. Sell low, buy high, that was our practice. Completely the opposite way. That's all attributed to the maritime illiteracy. Dr. Lee said that maritime literacy is the ability to understand interaction between people and oceans. When you talk about climate change is no longer the issues in other countries, but Pohang was damaged a lot by torrential rain in the last typhoon. So climate change is affecting us directly. As this, the interaction between people and oceans, we are creating the opportunities to understand the interaction between ocean and people. We need to educate people on the importance of oceans to improve the maritime literacy on oceans. When I was serving as the minister in 2018, Mr. Lee Shizhong came to me and asked me to build a maritime museum in China. I thought China is China is inland country. Then why does it need a maritime museum? His answer was, we need that because we are inland country. Because many kids in China don't have the chances to see oceans. He wanted to give the children the chances to experience oceans. So I agreed. And that's a very good idea, so let's do it. As Lee pointed out, we failed to overcome the geographical limitations. So I said yes, but the Ministry of the Planning and the KDI for economic feasibility assessment, I failed to pass the test, but luckily we passed the assessment, and so the future maritime museum, so-called now, will be built in China, and the construction begins next year. That's thanks to efforts of many people. Maybe there's a National Assembly Maritime Culture Forum did a lot to approve the budget and pass the project. So from this year, the framework plan was created. Still there are things to do. Still we don't have enough budget to implement that plan. We focus on not just on children education but education for adults, but without enough money it's challenging to implement the project. But I hope to secure more budget next year. Speaking of the museum, the Korea Maritime Museum, National Maritime Museum, the operation is commissioned to outer organization, but maybe you can secure the budget and introduce direct management to better do your jobs. The Yeongdo Culture City project, I was really curious about the project. One thing I like to add is maybe you can focus more on the theme, the ocean. Yeongdo has various age groups, various age population groups, but one thing they have in common is oceans. Not just shipbuilding. So Yeongdo has various population groups, and if you focus on that, then you can approach the Yeongdo's past, present, and future. So maybe you can focus on smaller things such as the number 7 plaza. I come to Yeongdo once a week. I was curious about what the 75 plaza. It means it was built in the 1975. It looks like the naming tactics from in an industrial city. actually I propose names like 노을 Garden, 노을 Park, Sunset Park. Then it will appeal to younger generation more. That's my suggestion. In the past, Yeongdo is very good at promoting culture, but I still see things that you can improve. So you may wanna focus more on oceans. The Jeju Island story, the Haenyos story, there's nothing I can add any more. I went to Jeju on my honeymoon. Jeju used to be the island for the honeymoon tourists. Now many golfers go to Jeju. And now Jeju ended up as an expensive tourist destinations as people travel abroad to enjoy golf and for honeymoon. Golf ranges, resorts, hotels are common in Jeju, but things are changing. About 10 years ago, Jeju trekking movement by walking Jeju Island with no help from the Jeju-do province government. A photographer takes photos of autumn. I don't remember the name, his name. What's his name? Yes, Kim Young-gap, photographer Kim Young-gap, the late photographer Kim Young-gap. He also took the Ole photos. Those are the new cultural products that changed our perceptions about Jeju. Jeju is no longer a honeymoon island or golf island, but an island even for Koreans to visit for healing and for reflection. An island to live for weeks or for months, or even move. Jeju has been, those are people who change the perception of Jeju, and Kim Ha-won is one of the person who are doing exactly that. And I look forward to your work, not just Haenyos kitchen, but other cultural works too. The maritime civilization capacity, the culture is at the center of that efforts. The UK, France, they couldn't have become maritime powerhouse for no reason. So the name captain, the title captain is a very onerous title, and the literature works, the Calibers and Robinson Crusoe, they are all set in oceans. For France, Jules Verne's 20,000 miles, and Moby Dick, and The Old Man and the Sea from the US. The culture, if people have through the literary work featuring seas, then more and more people will like oceans, and the power of culture will rise as the soft power for a country. So in that sense, the ocean civilization in the eyes of social scientists. So my last message is to reinforce our maritime culture. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the speakers and moderator, Kim Yong-chun. Once again, let's give them a warm round of applause. Finally, one quick announcement for attendees joining us online and offline. We are conducting the satisfaction survey. You can scan the QR code or click the URL on the YouTube link. The first 100 people will receive online gift card. Now this wraps up today's symposium. We'd like to thank all of you for joining us online and enjoy your afternoon. Thank you.